Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are continuing this Netherlands run. I think we're going to try and colonize a bit this game. We do want to make sure that we discover the Azores relatively early. I don't think we're going to spend 10 ducats exploring, though. Although, to be fair, we do have quite a bit of merc maintenance currently that we are not planning on paying for forever. France decided they wanted to donate us more territory here. We do have a coalition, plus France doesn't like us that much. But France attacked us, they started it, that's our story, we're sticking to it. And so we are going to continue to eat chunks out of France, especially when they continue to do this. I think that we grouped up our armies here, because we had seen, before we ended, a kind of big army, somewhere from France, a big unit moving around. And so that, I believe, is why we had chosen to do that. I think it's the 5k stack. But as it stands right now, mercs are just super insane. AI doesn't really know how to use them properly, and that's why we can, in 1385, be beating up France for, I think, the third time? Might be the second time. As Netherlands. We started as Flanders here, and going at a relatively chill pace about it too. But mercs are just so strong that, you know, all vibes and good times except for France type of thing. What time is it? It is game time. It is game time. I think we might as well take a crack at that stack. They hired mercs, I think, for this, so should be a relatively even exchange, but didn't look that even. We have to think about what exactly we want here. We want to avoid taking land in the HRE. Even though it feels nice as an expansion, because that'll make the HRE really big mad. We also want to continue to bucket spiral France, because this is their proximity map mode. And then I think their control map mode's had enough time to cook. Yeah, so they're pretty cooked here. And we will want to take... Why can't we take this? Why is control click not working there? Oh, England occupies it. Womp. Womp. Okay. I think they don't like that because this cuts them off. This fractures them because the piece that England owns. It's a little bit obnoxious. Okay. So the speed at which we do stuff is going to matter. After we took out France's army, England decided, wow, this guy has no military, and decided to attack France. We did all the heavy lifting, but alas. Now we have to suffer the indignities of splitting this war with England, who is almost certainly going to take some of this stuff like this. Is this a Belgium run? Don't you mean Netherlands run? I don't know exactly the history, I just know I can trigger the Belgium and the Netherlands people by conflating the two. Stream resolution is low. My camera keeps going blurry. Maybe we can address this while we're live. I don't think we can. I know. How much bitrate do we need? For Twitch for 1080. I had difficulty streaming in a bitrate that would be... For 1080, recommended bitrate is 6K. Kilobytes per second, alright. Currently I'm doing 10K. Why would it not... Rescale output is disabled. I have high enough bitrate. I don't know why it's 720 on Twitch. Praxmat mode is a war crime. Someone call an adult. On YouTube, it does... YouTube, with our upload, YouTube gives us 1080. So I don't know if it's something Twitch specific on their side. So we upload to both. I don't think we can do anything with Vassal. So we're waiting for France to leave you alone? Yeah, not have taken their territory. They're gonna, of course, they're gonna keep declaring. If we didn't take territory, this wouldn't happen. But, yeah, I mean, we're not gonna do that. Or like, if we kindly returned all the territory. Even then, though, I'm not entirely sure we'd get left alone. Just continue to make the bucket worse for them, probably. I think we want to continue to take money off them as well. So we'll put in war reps and the maximum amount of cash. Because we can't really digest max kind of war from them, but we'll probably do. It takes us kind of a lot of mercenaries and stuff to make it work. So we'll probably... Do they have a standing army anymore? Alright, they have 2k. So we just want to make sure that we have stack sizes at least big enough to deal with that. Looks like England's coming through. So we do have to care a little bit about making sure we occupy what we want, which I think is stuff over here. Let's do that. Do you plan to do an overview of changes 1.0 and 1.1? Paradox and Opes have been the opposite of helpful. Yeah, I was doing notes for an overview, but then on patch last night, or on the stream last night, but then people weren't feeling going over it, because so much of it, it's like, it's mostly repeated information. I don't know why this guy, what is this doing? Okay, that's fine, I guess. But perhaps that's why they're unhelpful, and we can parse through it. But yeah, like, if you've been following the beta, it's like, all the beta notes, like, mushed together, almost. Like, some of them are not, like, it's neither, like, a contiguous marginal notes, for those of you who've been following the beta, where, like, they just only address the changes that happened between this beta and the last beta, and also it's not, written in a way that it's like marginal from 1.0.11. I think that was the last live patch, where like some of the notes are only referring to inter-beta changes. So like, it's not that easy to parse, and it's like super long. I don't know. It's either that or releasing guides. I feel like people in general would prefer the guides more, but maybe I'm wrong. We can try and clip the army. Something like this. How long do you think it'll take for us to unite the Netherlands? We're already the Netherlands. What do you mean? Do you mean something else by unite the Netherlands? You mean control the Brabant, Wallonia, Holland, and Friesland? All these together? We might have kind of a similar amount of that territory after this war. I think it's not worth it for us to expand into this territory that quickly because of running up the antagonism bill. And there's like productive stuff for us to take elsewhere. As in unite the region. There's no Netherlands region. I assume you mean Wallonia, Flanders, Brabant, Holland, and Friesland. Probably a while. Just because we're not trying to speedrun it. If we tried to speedrun it, it would be much faster. Which sounds mildly flippant, but if we were doing it fast, it would be faster, yeah. But, that's what I have for you. Close to just managing these stacks differently. Made quite a bit of money. We have the auto expand mod and we do have stuff auto expanding, so it's not like we're ignoring the eco. Take a little bit of a closer look though. Kind of if places only have one industry that's auto expanding, we probably have room to build up stuff. There's coal and iron there. I think if we have any type of weapons thing that's reasonably profitable, we'll put Bink it in here. Tailor's Guild's looking pretty profitable. And we do have good locations for the Tailor's Guild in here. So we'll see. These guys currently do not have a Tailor's Guild. We can add it. Put it on auto expand. And then forces, we can add it. Put it on auto expand. We do have bonuses for both Tailor's Guild and the output for it. There's maybe a world where we want that to breadbasket. I think we can put this on auto expand as well, the horses. Gonna generally and increasingly have a lot more proximity on the coast. What are we trending up to? Should be in good shape. We gotta get some over there though. Let's add another 5 barks. Our bark is worse than our bite. What's good? Hey, Japanese mayonnaise, how's it going? I love you on sushi. I think they lose that, so we will not concern ourselves with it. can off-ramp this war. I think we're just gonna shrug our shoulders and say that we're going to get absolutely obliterated by Antag. God, this is so disgusting. This is the spiral of their proximity. Here to here, 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 to here. So many things. It's not until here that they get more than one location of spread, and even then, is here to here to out back at. Yeah, that's grim for them. I think we like the looks of this as a peace deal. In theory, they might move their capital, but they should move their capital. It's a horrible spot. But if you don't put the lid on the bucket, if you completely surround the capital, they will move it. If you don't put the lid on the bucket, they often just... It's like the frog in the water. Where, like, you take a frog, you put them in a pot of boiling water, they jump out. But if you slowly turn up the heat, they don't jump out. It's like that, except that parable is actually bad, and that's not how frogs behave. Someone tested this. If you, they tested it with slowly turning up the heat. If you slowly turn up the heat, the frog will just jump out of the water because it's not an idiot. This AI, you know, maybe the same cannot be said, but the frog will jump out. And if you chuck a frog into a boiling pot of water, they probably don't jump out because it probably kills them. It's called scalding, sweetie. Look it up. I guess we care about occupying Anjou if we wanted to take some of that in a peace deal. Is it better to use return location menu? I feel it's cheaper. It might be. When we tested this before, it was bugged. But we could test it again. So, I guess we'll test that. Actually, let's just test it now. No. Yeah, okay, we have to rearrange our peace deal maybe, but... We spent time figuring out what we wanted. I guess I could screenshot this. Take a save. The last time we checked this, it just didn't work properly. Okay, let's try it. Seems to work properly now. That's gonna change the way we approach things a little bit. getting froggy up in here. If by getting boiled alive, then yeah. Fun facts with generalists. Yeah, generalists and the birds and the bees and the frogs and the hot water. I'm having blast playing with the Knights of Rhodes, just being a menace. With the sponsor order, actually, you get so much free income. And don't you also get to raid for slaves, you villainous rogue, you? Raiding for slaves? Okay. That's gonna change the way we approach this a little bit, I think. Also, we can brick the occupation, like, limitation. We could also take stuff and then also feed it to... We could make a subject and then feed to that subject all the stuff we handed over. Is it really actually no antagonism? I mean... That's crazy, dude. I guess we want to return almost everything to Normandy. This was bugged a while back. I guess maybe Jersey will leave. So much more tedious though. Where's Normandy? Okay. Leaving Jersey so that Normandy can develop cores on it. Figure out more later. Generals would never do that. Never. We don't have Aquitaine. We want to be careful not to end the bucket. So that would end the bucket. This won't end the bucket. We wanted this. Maybe we could subjugate too. I think the problem with subjugating Poitou is it gives like infinite antagonism. Or Artois. To like the HRE guys. Plus 38. And we still want to take max money, I think. And more reparations. So this is... It looks like we can take much less stuff. Well, actually, we're getting, like, all this. Except for Jersey. Nobody cares about Jersey. So I guess that's what we'll go for. Is the Flanders flundering or flowering? It's tuliping. Take that how you will. It is tuliping. You picking up what I'm putting down? I would love to have a Toulouse. Is there a fort in there we don't control? I wonder if it's counting that. Probably make a Toulousian one that makes sense. This we don't control, and it's making stuff more expensive. No fort in this province. It's probably what we're looking for. I guess we want as many of those releasable dudes as possible. Orleans too small. I guess we're getting the two big ones, in Anjou and Toulouse. I guess it's only cheaper on the AE. Yeah, but we care about the AE. We care about the AE because we're trying to not wake up the HRE too much. Although, I guess this is the last siege that matters, because it'll decrease the amount that's taken. We could also maybe take one more nibble. I thought I split these guys up. I guess I was mistaken. I suppose. I'm glad they fixed that, though. What's your professional opinion on how aggressively to go after plus minus proximity now? It's better in the early game than it was before. Your first few stacks of it are really good, but it's not like you don't go absolutely feral for it in the late game, where it's just the equivalent of plus 100% to minus 50%. Like minus 50% is better. Like that's like the break point in terms of like location serviced, I guess. Is at the 100% efficiency, 50% discount. I want them to get control of the siege. I hope they don't. It's based on your commander's ability, if I recall correctly, which is kind of silly if you start the siege and you've been there and you have a bigger army that someone else can grab it just by having a better commander or something. Last no cannons, York. Cool. Yeah, we're due for another 12 months. The remaining mercs we have like 2 merc stacks, or we had 2 merc stacks, I think. And we'll just renew the other one in case this war just goes a little bit longer. Or just because we don't have a whole lot of... I mean, I guess we have conscripts. We could have just swapped over to conscripts only, but we'll keep around some of the mercs for another little bit. You can see here the merc army. Losing them effectively got rid of that squad. I think our auto-expand is spending down some decent amount of money. What's our dev look like? There are roads everywhere. They're ready to concede, I think. We just need to take a little bit less stuff. This is also more expensive by virtue of there being a unoccupied fort there. The English are getting an occupation here. Is there any flavor content with the Netherlands? There are some events, I think. You might want to check Holland if you don't see any other events. Minus procs is the best stat in the game. It just doesn't break the game anymore. Non-military stat. It's complicated, but it is really good. Depends. I don't know. Trade efficiency is really good too. Depends on how big a source you're getting of it. It is one of the better ones. Well, flat control is better. Fat control. Oh, fat control. Flat control is extremely rare though. We saw a bigger stack than what we can handle, I think, with those guys. Yeah, they clipped us. They clipped our wings, Captain. So, like, England is gonna get this siege, maybe, because they have a better commander. So stupid. Even though we have more troops, and I think we were sieging there first. Oh, that's giga unfortunate. Where we wanted to try and make progress. This is their Merc army, so because this sure shit isn't non-Mercs. And we have levies mixed in with our group. These guys can get clipped, and I think that we're just going to try and go behind enemy lines here. They can get clipped with their size right here. They're trying to de-siege the capital. Oop, didn't mean to go for that one. Let's try and... there. We are out of cabinet. Looks like these guys are leaving. Are you going south or are you headed for our stack? If they're headed for a stack, we might just peace out instead of... They're headed south. Alright. Long way cross country just to handle a little bit of some stacks, brother. We'll split these guys up. One of them might be clipped, but I think we get 2 more sieges done. Oh, they're going for France, maybe? Or England? Let's actually peel away from them. Rather than towards. They go for England, though. They're losing that. -6. We could just take less money off them right now. It's maybe kind of a weird siege. I don't think we get that second one in time, but... This would finish, that would be nice. Or this. Either of the two forts. Run this guy away from the fat stack. I think we maybe wait one more month. And then try and resolve this before their siege finishes. We get the December. Yeah, baby. Yeah, we could do this. That feels good. Doesn't that feel good, chat? Non-French answers only. Alright. Make Anjou. Make Toulouse. Then we will have you transfer locations to the rest of these guys, which incidentally is going to give them full cores or integration status. Can't transfer to this guy? Why not? Alright, well. Okay. We have everything integrated, so. Chord even. We're not making so much money that we want to just pay for a bunch of forts. Especially because we're not planning on getting occupied anyways. Follow-up question with wealth. Is it actively bad to build high-value RGOs in low-control provinces because of how well this is calculated? It depends on how much cider you're paying for. The more cider expense you're paying for, the worse it becomes, right? And the breakpoint at which it becomes bad is going to be contingent on the sliders. On the Hook and Cod Wars, which is kind of surprised they added, is incredibly layman execution. You just always choose the option for which area you want to give the points in the situation. It's nothing special. I don't know enough about it to comment on it, to be honest. force these guys who are not a Franconian or Franconian offsuit to switch culture. Especially now that the war with France is over. So they can't get occupied by France, so we don't care as much if they're disloyal. Let's encourage migration. Although this, I think we are reaching the point where we want to be using the diplomatic one just generally. But we'll try and get our capital up to being a city. It's England, Normandy. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, using mercs. About time to hit the old dusty trail. The North African tech can raid for slaves is not tied to religious enemies. They have to be religious enemies. It's no longer the case, though, that you can move your capital to North Africa, though. If you right-click on the war alert, it'll open the sea piece directly, by the way. I don't think that was present when I initially played the game. That does seem better than the way we're doing it, though, where we're right-clicking on the country. Hey Juan, how's it going? You feel... France needed that bucket. The worst of buckets. It was the best of buckets, it was the worst of buckets. Except it was the best of buckets. Champagne joins the independence movement. Oh, might need... No, needed to enforce on them because they're Picard. The other guys, I don't think we need to. What is this? Yeah, we need to convert those guys, but Picard we don't. Picard we're just gonna accept. Making some money, and that's with our merc expenditure currently. Some of this urbanized. I think we want more pops here, especially because this is like an iron province. Let's take a look at cathedrals, because that does give quite a bit of migration attraction as an option. We can also delete the cathedrals in kind of this low pop area, which will... or place where we maybe not the best. It's all farmlands though. Maybe it's kind of okay, but not gonna have as good production bonuses. Closing the cathedrals also probably would have made a little bit more sense actually. The capital eventually will get uber flooded with pops, but actually let's double check that we have a cathedral in the capital. We do. What's the opinion on bailiffs? They're strong. Are you annexing some vassals? You are quite right. We should be getting on that. I think the war started before we could annex. We want to do this first. This guy's helping us with claims. I think ideally we want to annex Holland. Actually might not have a good annex set up. hoping these guys don't make a market. Maybe we should have tried to... Alright, then they won't make a market. Now we get polders. I think I don't like how many pops they use. I do like dev growth though. It's on theme to build them too. It's not like we can build a lot of them. For tremendously high levels. To 25k in Antwerp. Yeah, we're setting up culture in some of these guys, so a little bit tougher. We can annex Picard, but then we'll lose back to access to return their territory. Any of their territory in the HRE? No, it's not. Have you tried a military order as theocracy? Give 100 fleet diplo income that doesn't impact sliders from sponsorships? Yeah, it's very strong. It doesn't scale, but it's very strong. The states can only build a fixed amount of buildings. Yeah, it's like, it's not scaling. Like, I think it's like 25 max. So, like, the system doesn't work like when you're playing China. Or when you get sufficiently large. We're probably urbanizing this one too. Especially because it's farmland. Some nice industrial expansion going. Where are we at? Almost 100? This 10 is enough to maintain. Yeah, that'll get us across the finish line and maintain, and then this one will come up. Actually, we are developing it up here. Never mind. We actually have territories up here that are going to use that means. Let's take a look at our income. 32 from Diplo, 17 from war reps from France. Giving us a big chunk of margin. I think we have enough stab accumulated. We can hover here. What is it, colonial time? Suppose we do have enough to get exploration going. It's gonna be a hot minute though. Guys like to die when exploring when over 50. That's the rule. But we do want to be eligible for the spawning. Our mercs go away. But we put down all of our feudal levies. So that helps our margin too. Of course, somewhat likely to get decked on, or more likely to get decked on. French comps. No, they don't have the allies that we want to fight. But we're looking in pretty good shape for maybe trying to take a chunk out of Brabants. We were trying to get into the HRE, but we can't while there's a power struggle. Looks like Austria is maybe resolving some of that. Could have been eligible for being an elector, except we have the unfortunate circumstance of being a woman who's not allowed to be an elector. Boo. Guess you have to put more buckets on people, basically. We do want to make sure that we always have some of these guys. We want to roll the parliament that gives us plutocracy. We're currently gunning for switching republic. We need, after which we'll push theocracy again, and just in time, we do get our next parliament, and so we want to roll specifically the mercantile cabinet one, which requires that we have a cabinet which is mercantile in nature, which we do. We do now. Do not roll it, unfortunate. Naval infrastructure is kind of a good one for us, though. Allow us to push naval a little bit more. So we'll do that. But we want the one that gives us plus plutocracy. What does she roll? Not a GP yet. We don't have a navy to fight overseas either. In theory, we probably should flip Sunni. I don't think we have too high a pops that it's like an impossible task. Like, grab a big chunk of this, flip Sunni. I think we're not going to do that. We're going to go for reform. We're going to play a little RP. We do want to pass this. I wish you could get over 100%. Because we don't want to click new monastery until we're ready to go. But then we're only 51%. We could roll a negative event. So we would like to just be able to click new monastery and then wait to see what happens. Alright. Don't need law changes, so I guess we request the taxes and go for this and just pass the thing. We could have, well, it's too late now. I was about to say we could have gone for claims on something. I think we just want to chill out a little bit. I think Brabant's gonna attack us. They have a reconquest CB. Or France will keep attacking us, and we'll just keep taking off chunks of them. Hello. Increasingly, they're in a rough spot here. England took a big chunk here. So. Yeah. What is it? The clergy seem generally kind of actually pretty bad about building temples, so we gotta stay on top of that. Nobody builds bridges anymore. That should be good. I think with the stone there, we do want to be on auto expand on the masonry too. We're not, so let's do that. Just setting up more auto expand stuff also in general is going to feel pretty good. But we want the masons so that we can... I think maybe we leave this rural, because it's going to have wood, masonry, and the polders, and the salt, and between all that, that's actually like an enormous chunk of pops. This might end up being similar. Where's the... yeah, we're expanding the masons. But this is going to allow us to push more granaries, which is going to give us pop growth. Ooh, that and kind of our key provinces of this one and this one. This one has a lot of dev, and this other one has iron in it. Weaponsmith's gonna do good at least one of these. The other one we're gonna set up tools on the auto expand. And we do have a little bit of a paper economy. So I think we'll just shift click up at this point the libraries. So we got stuff coming in. For the most part we do have... Whoa! Masonry's expensive right now. I thought we auto-expanded enough of it to stave off calamity. I don't think we're gonna unbuild all of our stuff, because it's a lot of clicking. But we're gonna put more places, and we're gonna get this all auto-expanding. Can you do me a favor and overbuild one of your cities in Czech if it drags workers from your marketplace and libraries to the building you build? I can just tell you that the libraries are not considered infrastructure, so the libraries just will be underemployed. Why do you take the province to the south of France? Yeah, let's talk about it. So we will wait for the masonry price to come down before spamming those out. We took this because we wanted to release Toulouse, which has a bunch of claims, which we will be able to return to them later. How do you get slaves if you're not Sunni? You get them the old-fashioned way. This... Slave Center. Building it in West Africa can kind of work. The problem is that they convert everyone, so they're not eligible to make any slaves. So it still has issues, but not as many. But yeah, the issues they create too many slaves down there too. Or sorry, they get it so that they accept all their pops, because that's like what the AI likes to do, and that doesn't jive with like producing maximum slaves. We're gonna wait until the masonry comes down. But yeah, definitely overpaid by maybe a couple hundred ducats for some stuff. Now we're +5 on the masonry, so the price should be coming down. You see, Ordine is not that important, so we just support the other one. Sad France is sad. Trade for them? Yeah. Well, the problem is like, you can't buy slaves off... You can't buy Christian slaves, so you can't buy them off the Ottomans or the Mamluks or Morocco or Tunis or this type of stuff. You can only buy... And, these guys will not make Sunni slaves. So you need specifically West African slaves. Control off as a trib and make it huge. Because in a trib you can make slave centers everywhere, not only on the coast. I think it's not coast specific locked. Like if you have, it's adjacent to territory you can access, like locked. So yeah, if you get a subject, you can make it along the coast of that subject. But yeah, we will be doing the beer done experience. Is it ever worth to switch off first come, first serve? Yes. We did most profitable first, so that we could push which doesn't prioritize the libraries, which is an issue. But we did it so we could push capital economy as much as possible, because they change your values. So that let us push up to 69%. We shouldn't have eaten that event, actually. Not the best rate, but it gives some amount of stimulus. It's just kind of small. Whatever. Do that so they'd be happier. Or we'd get them back to like a good equilibrium soon. We might switch back to faster Universalis here soon. Masonry's still not cheap yet, but that's currently what's getting expanded, so should be pretty soon here. The +6 price, or +6 supply. Getting our proximity through there now. In decent shape. Capital is approaching. Trying to think if we want to use anything other than mercs. I don't think so. We'll continue to pull mercs, I think, from places that are making... Maybe we can pull from Prussia. They have H2, they have men-at-arms. We would prefer not men-at-arms. I guess we could pull from Orléans. Maybe to some extent we're exhausting these mercs. We did like Portugal's mercs. Yeah, the crossbowmen. The crossbowmen have more initiative, so if we do decide to conscript up, the mercs will generally eat the damage first. This is the reason why we kind of want them. Take that off when we decide we no longer need the mercs. But trying to preserve more of our pups. Let's take a look. This is perfectly balanced, as it should be. That means we can't get any additional free subject trend. We have something that's going to give us 10 legitimacy, so do want to think about slotting stuff in if we can. Expansion of zealotry is okay. Because we don't want anything else. Wow, fortunate that those guys aren't disloyal, huh? I'll wait for their stuff to come up. I think we just generally want to ransom prisoners. Let's go after them. Perfect. Should be really straightforward for us. Do a lot of damage. Our guys get on at the front very quickly. Maybe we gotta talk to the guy who made the mod again, because I think it also matters how saturated your fronts are. We're not using the faster universalis mod, but just thinking through it. I don't think we're using them anywhere. Actually, do some of that action. I think that we have more than enough troops to kind of stack hunt a little bit here. I believe we only have to white piece out these guys, but we can take war reps and stuff too. Take the prestige. This is coalition war. Forget what the... Someone said we could right click this? Yeah, okay. Oh, the cost is so much worse for us. You just white piece. Don't want to revoke the course. Isn't there, you can't coalition us again, for like forever? Yeah, but we can't separate peace. super extra cost also makes us not want to take stuff off of them. I think I regret marking up this hard, but we're just gonna try and get out of this war. Fortunately, Dutch pops aren't dying for this. At least not in our nation. Nice. Hey, you do trade companies? They're kind of just broken. You don't do them. Making Jollof huge makes them disloyal, but getting trade power to get slaves is very good. Agree. Do you think foreign trade offices are useful? I think they're probably good now. I haven't experimented with them too much since they changed them. They were like completely broken before, where they like were like actively bad. But I think they got rid of the bug that was making them actively bad. Are you continuing Novgorod run? Yeah, there's 2 more episodes recorded. I have 2 more episodes recorded. I think I'm gonna release another one tonight, was my plan. After the stream sometime. I think we probably have the show superiority. Can't let the disloyal guys get full occupied. If we need to, we can conscript up to finish the job. How's the eco going? It's coming along. Masonry is cheap again. I think that's a pretty good price for these, yeah. We will just spam them out. We will rake back a little bit to try and make sure we're floating enough to mark up more if we need to. Usually this brings up your crown power like a couple percentage points. And it creates decent stimulus, so I'm kind of okay with it. I actually don't know if our navy could fight that, whatever that is. 7 galleys, that's trouble. Scotland has a navy. Maybe we don't need to dissolve the coalition. We could take 2 of these locations and release Loon ourselves. It's gonna cost us an ungodly amount of antagonism, though. Ah. It's like, do we want to turn and burn or do we want to chill? I think we want to chill a little while longer, so... We'll just take some maps and be done with this. Should have saved beforehand. I wasn't sure if the rebels come back, but they do. And I think a lot of these After this rotation, a lot of these guys aren't going to have extra antags, so... How much are we paying on upkeep for these mercs? I don't think we have the techs yet that are decreasing this. But once we do, it's like really strong to just hold them along. Yeah. We're working on them right now. It's so crazy that the modifiers straight up didn't apply before, and so it's so easy to forget who gets the modifiers. My fort is 15 out of 500. Why won't the AI assault? They should be able to assault. If they're using mercs are not allowed to assault. To use slave trade good if it's culture you just tolerate? I think it's complicated. I know there's some shenanigans where you can like import pops and they just instantly become not slaves. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure. My understanding is you can't just like import Orthodox pops to like the New World if you're a Christian when they have Orthodox slaves. So like the available slaves is rough. Did we just fight this guy? Yeah, we did. So we should have decked into him, if anything. Especially if he has, yeah. Next time we'll poke the bear next time. When we looked at it, we didn't see Brabants in there, though. But Brabant was part of the coalition. The guy mishandled some of this a little bit. See, kind of waiting on our next war. We want to be doing Diplo stuff though. You have to wait for that guy to culture convert stuff. So market access preference will bring us much closer to being able to annex that guy. It does get plus 30 relations. Next tick we will be able to start. Wait, what? Oh, just kidding. What am I doing? I got debated by the colors. I thought he was a subject of ours. He's not. Womp womp. Well, we... Womp? Don't like any of that. The only guy we're like ready to annex... Guys we're ready to annex are guys who we don't want to annex yet because we want them to culture convert more. This guy, what culture is he? Oh, we clicked up on the wrong location when we released him, I suspect. Womp womp. Not annexing a guy currently kind of feels bad, I think. Probably long-term mismanagement. Just X Mayo, 69. 2 Mayo names in one day? Mayo nays a lot of Mayo people today. Thank you for the follow. That'll do it. It was Merc Company that wasn't doing the stuff. This just sets us up for next stage, because we will be able to spawn the institution. We'll send this guy to his death. He's 69, so he's gonna die. we want to grab the locations he has. What's this? England. Well, us getting claims on England's actually gonna play kind of nice. Maybe we just continue paying for the mercs. We have like another 8 to 10 months. I think it's just the same as rehiring them though. Yeah, we'll let them lapse. Masonry is still cheap. We have some more money. That's about right. Current crown power is 24%. Passable. Almost have enough in the capital to upgrade it. After which we'll probably switch to debbing this province here. 6 locations. Got iron. This also has 6 though. This has also 6 with... No, this has grasslands and the other one doesn't. Yeah. We also switched to Diplo Endeavors. That will actually increase the improve relations stuff. But why don't we want to annex this guy? We want these guys to culture convert before we annex. Yeah, so we don't want to annex just yet. Anyways. Now we can do this. What? We don't have enough money. This is terrible. Conquer my home town of Suez. We'll get there. I got the nickname Mayo in middle school, personally. I've actually watched a few of your videos on YouTube. Well, welcome to Twitch. We're also on YouTube, streaming. We stream both if you prefer the YouTube platform. What do we need to form Kingdom? Another 350,000 pops. Yeah. Fair enough. Where do we have low pop? We have pretty low pop here. In this province. I think we're kind of okay putting the granaries on auto expand in that case. Of course, using the auto expand mod. This will just facilitate more pops. You want to switch Republic? Yes. Dutch Republic Gov Reform feels good. Seems good. I actually think it's actually not good because Merchant Republic's really good and they're both major reforms. Would be into it if it was not a major reform, but since it's a major reform, between that and Merchant Republic's better, I think. We could do Dutch Republic. Well, I mean, I think it's kind of like maybe not good content design that like it's just like clearly better, but we will pause. We have to immediately replace that with another guy who is a member of this estate, so we will. Gotta keep that going. Our mercs cost is cheaper. We have to keep that going because we need at least one member of the our cabinet as a burger in order to roll the parliament that uses burgers. Okay, let's grab government reform slots. Cabinet seats. think we prefer university. And then we'll go crown power. Something like this. Artist salary minus 25%. Man, if artists were any good, that'd be sick. Don't need that yet. Yeah, I think we might go for this next. Especially because we're going serfdom. Yeah, we would be into Dutch Republic. Also now, like, you have to go the 2 naval reforms as everyone, I think. Because they give you an extra naval governor. I think there's just, like, a lot less variation in, like, what you could reasonably do. And the prosperity is really good, so it makes this really good. Really bad satisfaction. We got stomped by events. Stomped like a Goomba. Prosperity is okay. Are we doing on food in this market? Plus 1600 in August. Oh, this is very suspect. I think we do this. So miserable. We don't even roll 2 burger parliaments when we're trying to roll a very specific burger parliament. Womp womp. We don't actually really care that much about passing this. Let's change societal values though here. The idea is that with this we can push Spiritualists the rest of the way to max. Because while we're running this parliament, we do get 0.5 progress towards Spiritualists. We could go for additional taxes here. We could do that. God, we almost have as much conscripts as France too. That's how miserable is it to be France right now. The other thing we could do is we could go for a claim. Where we maybe try and get a claim on Brabant and deck on them before they deck on us, type of thing. I think we'll have a claim on French Comte. I don't know why they joined the war against us before. But let's take a look at Brabant. Who are you allied with, Brabant? Holland clone. I don't think we fought Holland in that last war, did we? We did not. So we could deck on Holland. We can't co-belligerate Brabant though. I think we'll just take the additional taxes. Just more money is big happy, big nice. We really could use more privileges for the commoners. So maybe we keep our gov reform slot for eternal serfdom as soon as we pip the next age. Don't really like the rate of these in terms of satisfaction to power ratio. And we get a lot more noble satisfaction once we get the burghers. We could give less taxes to burghers for 5 years. It's a pretty big decrease in our income. But the idea is we're just trying to peel back more to get a plutocracy roll. Plutocracy rolls generally feel pretty rare. Kind of get lucky rolling lawgiver though, that's pretty nice. A lot of our eco is expanding up. Let's see what our trade looks like. Let's see Paul Allen's trade. Our best trade routes are gold, silver, a little bit of fine cloth, and our biggest trade routes are gold and silver. I don't like that the burghers are building that out there. We'll just close the building. It's gonna eat into the profits of our places with more production efficiency and higher control. That are better off because they have dyes. Books do use dyes. Scriptoriums are actually making huge mega bank. Let's do some of that. Is there a fix for Ming Cheng having hegemonies to divide them into hemispheres? No, I mean, I think you just need to, like, rethink the entire mechanic. We haven't spawned it yet, because it spawns next stage, but, like, I think it's reasonable that China gets all of them. And, like, hemispheres is just, like, really, like, arbitrary. You know? I think, like, unless you... Or, like, it seems more arbitrary than just being global, and I generally prefer stuff less arbitrary. I think China should be winning them. Like, with... When you look at, like... like, a historical basis, it makes sense. So much dev up here. Is there a dev aspect for Protestant or for Lutheran? We're gonna try and see if we can flip Lutheran for the RP. Oh, there's competent people, but we need a burger. Gonna try and roll some new characters. I'm gonna cry if none of them are burgers. 2 commoners and a burger. Alright. It's pretty expensive for us to roll new characters. Decreases the legitimacy. Lemcake's World of Gold seems like an interesting challenge. What's the challenge? Masonry's still cheap, so that's good. I think we will... maybe go with some granaries. Our population's high, but it's not extraordinarily high in that province. And we can always delete granaries later. We can delete granaries if they become a problem. Like, the pop is, like, more of a thing, and we're kind of floating cash, even though we're auto-expanding a bunch, so... We might want to start this next one. With France. The predictor is basically useless, considering we live in a mercenary world. do that. Yeah, I mean, we can resolve all of our return to Picard aspects here. Then after this war, I think France is going to be, like, done messing with us. She's blaming the victim. France is going to be done violating our sovereignty after this war. We guarantee it. Does seem like, to some extent, we're exhausting some of these potential mercs, actually. Or maybe the AI is hiring mercs from other regions. We're not seeing a lot of normal players here. We definitely want... Wait, can mercs... Do mercs just completely disband? Or are they just not... Okay, we've hired North Portugal before. Oh, it's because they have higher tier units. The sorting is bad. Oh, God. Alright. It's sorting down the higher tier units because it takes more mercs to occupy these units, and it's sorting based on number of units, not number of dudes. We'd rather have it sort by number of dudes, I think. Or are we just not smooth-brained? Okay. We'll hire out of North Portugal again. I think we'll keep them on. Trying to make sure none of our disloyal guys get occupied. Slow this down a beat. How much are we paying on mercs? 25k, 25 instead of like the 30 we were paying before. It's pretty good. Not sure they are merking. They do not appear to be, so we're twerking on their dead bodies. Merc up or die. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There's historical content tied to Calvinism. We'll try and go that though. No hegemonies for the mandate holder. You could do it like this, I guess. The mandate is kind of an insane thing, so I guess I'm okay with mandate holder not receiving it. That seems fine to me. Oh, hey Ham, how's it going? All our RGOs are switched to gold. Challenge survive. That's weird. Huh. That's just like a meme video, right? You just instantly, like, you get a ton of ducats, but you get infinite inflation, and you can't make anything because you don't have any, like, of the sub-goods. And you just have to build lumber and bog iron smelters and spin everything up that you can through that thing. I mean, I guess. Food is the main issue. Ah, yeah. So you'd like livestock uses clay as an input. So the at its base, everything points back to wood. So it's just like wood into other stuff. So you have to do wood into clay into like farming villages for livestock. Probably how you try and solve the food issue, I would guess. They're just throwing men into the wood chipper. I like the generalist beats. Yeah, we were playing Dominions, and Dominions has one of those soundtracks that is evil and will copyright pop you, so we have to play, like, other music. And then I was like, you know, I was kind of liking this, and I've listened to over 2,000 hours. I like the EU5 soundtrack. I like it a lot. I've listened to it over 2,000 hours, though, so I kind of like this. The problem is chat will tell you something's not copyright, that you won't get copyright bopped, and then you get copyright bopped, and then you're really sad, so you don't trust chat when they say, oh no, it's copyright free, because, you know, unless it has the, what's his name, the one guy who makes all the YouTube music, unless it has his name on it, you're just like, I don't know. I don't know. Playing in the Netherlands area too. It's 81. Our market is saturated with goods. Profits are getting more now. Feels like I'm slowing down now. Haven't looked up at exporting. Any tips? Ooh. Okay, no, we're good. No, wait. That's us getting dumpstered by the French. It's just represented, funnily. Alright. We will retreat momentarily. But that's their mercenary army, so we'll just hire a second mercenary army. A second mercenary army has struck the battlefield. What's Lazio cooking? Leon? We know Portugal has tier 2 units. We're looking for tier 2 infantry and cav. Okay. Oh shoot, I think that guy's disloyal too. We might lose some ground here. I think we consolidate, right? Fuck! They just get full annexed because they're not loyal. Damn it. Okay. Big sad. I'm playing like too fast, to be honest. These guys are disloyal too, so like this could all kind of unravel. I wasn't expecting to get beaten by mercs. How dare they use our technology against us? Unfortunate. think we're gonna raise levies now. Most of the fighting's already done. Most of what's next is the sieging. And it will help with that. In particular, also we might... Here, let's see, how many troops they have left? 6k. I think we could split it in half. Start having a little bit of a go. Like this. Kevin McLeod. Yeah, basically. 2,000 hours of any album will drive you insane. It will. It's mostly a meme and observer mode, but some countries did surprisingly well. You get a lot of gold, even if the price, like, uber collapses. We don't like our overlord, let's just die. Yeah, basically. We'd rather get annexed. We'd rather die than become Soviet slaves. Yeah. Shout out to Soldier Boy. Okay. So... I think we take this army... We split it in half. Could also just tell to carpet siege. The backline, basically. Because this army, we're less interested in actually getting in the thick of things. Hunting the mercs, hell yeah, brother. Maybe we just micro everything. God, I feel so stupid losing this subject. It's like, we definitely could have played it so that we didn't. Is that, I don't think that was HRE territory. If that's HRE territory, we're really sad. It's not. So HRE territory is really antagonism expensive to take. This, and then we'll chase after them with one of our stacks. I guess just punting. Like, Ham, how much, how many hours in Vic 3 do you have? Like, that's your primary game? They released a new soundtrack thing, though, relatively recently. Okay, I'm thinking right now. So we could go Privy Council right now. We could also go Bank Ledger System right now. These will be okay, but next stage, I think we actually want 2 slots, so we might just hold it off for 30 or 40 years to save the stab. One's the return. Okay. I think we will return everything possible to these guys. Unless it ends their bucket. Why does this do both? The hell? Toulouse. We do really want to get them on a full province, and we want to get them on the coast. Yeah, primary game about 3,300 hours. Oh man, you're pushing my victory hours. I think for a long time I had like the most. I don't think I have the most now though. I mishandled that. At least we got the location. Just kidding, he's gonna let us go. Fly, you fools. Fly. Yeah. It is nice though, because we get to control the war goal here. I think we micro some of those sieges. That'll work. We'll siege most of the stuff pretty quick. We don't mind fighting a bunch of camp followers again. We're gonna have to pay a lot of gold otherwise, because we need to have one burger character for that parliament, and that's our only burger character, so we don't want him to die. Some of that. These guys are about to finish. They're down to nothing basically. They could always merc up though. We have to be on our guard. Or once they can afford to merc, they will. But I think we really dunked on their economy. So we'll try and keep one army kind of floating in the south here that can kind of respond relatively quickly. Unfortunately, we see where England is at it again, taking the spoils of our victory basically. Okay, we want at least this. We want to keep them in the bucket. So we don't want to free up the bucket. We want everything that can be returned to Picardy, because we want to annex Picardy. And then Poitou. We will still have Toulouse's claims, even if we return all of that. And then we will probably make a new subject ourselves. And just feed the... Actually, Poitou can take 2 provinces. 2 whole provinces is probably fine for them. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Nope. Why is it doing that? The hell is this? Okay. Oh, why does it do that? I guess we'll do this and just transfer stuff. Sucks because they can steal our sieges just by standing on top of them. Don't want this guy to randomly decide he's going to give up the war and some territory. Something like this, maybe? Nobody wants to lose, but in the end, someone has to lose. True. Definitely have you beat on EU5. I mean, my EU5 hours are quickly approaching my Vic 3 hours. You have to, like, I am close to... Actually, I shouldn't say 100%, but I'm very confident I have the most, EU5 hours out of anyone who's not a dev. Like, not just anyone, not just only content creators. think we kind of want to take more of this territory up here, though. Does anyone like have claims? Do we have a claim on England? No. We're gonna feed it to this guy. It gets represented is kind of weird. Keeping a stack of mercs, or 2 stacks of mercs, relatively complete, just in case they merc up and we have to deal with something. Like that. That's kind of why this guy is floating with bigger numbers in the south. This war reps again is probably going to be pretty strong. It's going to start to get weaker and weaker to do this though. Kind of adding a lot of clicks for us to deal with the camp followers. They used to give an ungodly amount of reduction on antagonism. Just wanted to say hello and that your videos are great. Keep up the good work. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I guess we could return all of cast trays instead as well. I don't think we want him having more than 3 provinces, but let's just get the war score to where it needs to be, which is like 60 plus. Moving there at a decent clip. God, France is just brutal for them. I feel like England, I mean, we've definitely done this to the AI before, so maybe I shouldn't complain. But England piggybacking on our war feels bad. Definitely abused an AI doing this though, where they do all the work and then we swoop in and grab stuff, basically. Weirdly, we only have 6% ticking. Has the war really just been that short? We've just kind of switched methodical after our subject got annexed and we got big sad. Might be what happened. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's what happened. I forget we're fighting Scotland too, and we can take their stuff. Definitely have enough to rehire the mercs. But we do want to keep a bank floating so we don't have to take a loan. I'm surprised they're so against this. Fractured. What's fracturing you, bud? This is fracturing him. Your problem is we don't want to take this entire province. Alright. We'll take this and then we won't return all the stuff. To Cardi. That's not the right guy, it's Poitou. I was like, why is it not highlighting? We won't return that, we won't return that. We'll just take some clay. We'll take this and hand it to Poitou. And then next time around we can take and return the other stuff. Okay. So we are close-ish. We're at about 80% war score here. In terms of what we're smashing and grabbing. Wow, Aquitaine has a lot of cores, what the hell? Alright, well we've taken that. I think we can do something like this. And we can't take all that because it gets funky when we do that. Take Nimes, I guess. And just try and find locations to loose we can return to within that province. This one. But bordering this one would be nice. Okay. That will be all. So 17 more score away. Which maybe we have at around 62, 63% or something like this. with the way things are headed. Not too that far off. We will dip with these guys. Just have to fight the stack. Bring him back there. Hopefully it's not so lopsided. We can't reinforce in time. It's not, but we can do this, I guess. 15. Oh well, we're currently involved in a battle though. Wait, how do we lose that? There's no leader? That doesn't make sense. They're getting a little sticky with it. It's probably because they have some amount of troops. Gonna downshift some guys. Why we're shifting guys down basically. So they are waking up a little bit. I guess we ought to win that? No. Okay. $11. Micro here. We're not like so big that we just have overwhelming amounts of stacks, and we're trying to fight someone who's kind of a lot bigger than us, like in terms of quantity of dudes. 8. We can up it a little bit. So many sieges going off right now. Where's their stack? Sometimes I feel like the AI should be better at judging like the rate of trajectory of wars, I think. Or if they have a chance on like more of an oblique way. I think this guy likes the fact that he has units right now. Do that, follow him. No, 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 no. Not my gun prop buttons. Not my beautiful siege. Actually, do a little further that way. This guy. Surely. Yeah, you love it now. Alright, I think this will be our peace deal here. Bring everyone back. And do the things. Alright, let's create some subjects. Hopefully Picardy doesn't get too pissed at having to give up locations to these guys. We want to make Picardy a little bit easier for us to annex. And we want these guys to have at least 2 locations, because if they have less than 2 locations, if they rebel, it's bad news bears, because they just get auto-bricked. Pretty sure we'll have a historic subject release here. Yeah. Historic? No. Custom? Yes. Fiefdom? Sure. And then Toulouse we will feed 2 of those locations to them, giving them a big chunk of their province. Alright. And now... Yep, we're back to where we were. Brabant's not, we have enough Antag to join the coalition. Alright, fair. Doing a Strasbourg due to Lotharingia War, and I haven't doing France wars yet. Any tips? Looks like all I need to do is buy some mercs and win. You have to buy more mercs than them. Is an important clarification. You can expect them to merc up once, so you probably have to be able to afford 2 to 3 of the bigger merc squads. 2 probably does it, but 3 is probably safer. Depends exactly when you're fighting them in this type of thing. If you're fighting them super late, you might need more than all that. And then England's gonna take their swing, I guess. We will eventually get claims on England, though. All of our things are on France, but... So now I think we can safely enforce culture on some of these cats over here. As well. So they'll be disloyal, but... we are not, like, about to fight France. Unfortunately, we lost that one subject, but... Alright, fair enough. We have some towns, which are making it slower. I think maybe we don't want that town, and we don't want this town. So we will de-town them. De-town them sounds like a gross euphemism. We didn't obliterate the city, we de-towned it. We just did a little bit of de-towning. Nothing to see here, folks. Murder? We were just detowning. We didn't know there were people in that town. We're already maxed out. Republic looks like it just needs burghers to be strongest estate, but theocracy needs flat 35%. Did you notice this? It's not strongest estate. They have to be stronger than the nobles specifically. They don't have to be stronger than the peasants, they don't have to be stronger than the clergy, they don't have to be stronger than the crown. Freudian slip. How much are we spending on maintaining these mercs? 21... It's not that expensive on the maintenance for this amount of troops. It also seems like remerking is maybe a problem. So we're just gonna hold on to the mercs that we have. And try and get these guys to stop being brain dead over here. It is expensive, though. Maybe it's not correct. We'll let the other one lapse, I guess. I haven't done the math, and not having done the math, I don't know if it's cheaper to hire more new ones or just continue to extend contracts. I'm not sure. Brabant is doing naughty things. Somehow they haven't gotten the antagonism, though. They are being very naughty. Continues to not be a resolution regarding electors. I think that's Normandy. Maybe try annexing one of those guys at the same time. This annexation's going so painfully slowly. Go Diplo endeavors. I'm gonna hire another. We'll hire a peasant because it's gonna negatively affect our crown power the least. But we have to be careful. We need a burger if we can get one. Assuming 1.1 is best to turn conquest into vassals. Yes. Early mid game. I mean, it's really, really efficient from an economy of cabinet actions perspective, like just even long-term going. I think you don't change until you get integrate area, and I don't think you change your behavior, and even then, like, you don't have access to assimilate area as much as you would like, so you just like add to the mix you probably expand still with subjects, but you add non-subjects expansion once you get integrate area, basically, I think. Minus antagonism received is like not a modifier. Enemy of my enemy, rival of my rival. Ugh. I think maybe really, really long-ass merc contracts might be the way to go, though, because the maintenance seems lower. It's just the initial hiring. We might do that. Can't get a breakdown, though. It's gonna get much better next stage. Our auto expands are still popping off. That's why, like, our available money's not just flying into the upper stratosphere. We're fine urbanizing the fish. We have a river here. It does flow through one wheat. We're gonna build an irrigation and put it on auto expand here. And also put this on auto expand. So we have urbanized it, but we're gonna try and get a little bit more food out of it. What do our trades look like? I think it's still just gonna be the gold and silver. Seeing some iron get moved. Are we importing it? London to Bruges. I think we were thinking this place probably stays rural. If it does... Actually, how good is the salt? Salt's not super expensive yet. Our trade's earning more than half a ducat each. They are barely. But that's probably worth adding more trade. Because trade will positively affect our tax base too. We'll keep adding it by hand though. We won't put it on auto expand, but we'll add a bunch. Especially in some of these like newer, lower pop places, or like not as well established places. We'll add it. Actually, we didn't check the price first. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. And those guys will create more demand for fine cloth. Marginally, but looks like we're primarily getting through exports though. Needs of the nobles is 4 only. We'll get a lot more nobles once we can flip back aristocracy. We still can't do that yet though. We're waiting on a plutocracy event basically. We're only 2 away. We've been 2 away this entire time. I keep telling myself, me too. I tell myself all the time, but I need to be told again, so I tell myself. Yeah, the truth hurts. I keep telling myself at the start I'm going to play tall, but I end up expanding infinitely. How do I stop? You don't stop. You can't stop. You won't stop. It's just better. I wish it was worse. I wish it was like, yeah, dude, I can't take all this land. This is going to make me, like, throw up in my mouth. But it's never like that. It's just like, it's just good. Embrace who you are, or set preset rules. Yeah, so one thing I kind of like the idea of, if you set the areas that you're going to occupy, or even the region, this is something you could do. And you could do, an interesting challenge I think is the strongest area in the game that's not in China is probably Bengal. And you could do like a Bengal only run. And you have access to like iron in Bengal and cloth and tons of pops and this type of stuff. Do you have a video explaining slaves and slave markets? I do not, because the things were bugged for a while. So I didn't want to do it. I think today I'm going to record a video on governors. And have that come out tomorrow morning. Play Papal States. Easy to go tall. Yeah, I mean the game, like, it lends itself towards expansion. It doesn't like low control you get punished for, but that's like a majority of the metagame is just like learning how to play around the punish, such that you're not really punished. And like with governors especially, like a lot of people like governors. They find governors fun. Governors allow you to blob out way more. They changed the scaling of the cost court economic base, and they made a scale off of wealth instead of based off tax base. And so this is punishing if you have low control. It's particularly punishing if you have under 66, right? And then it's like, okay, this would have been catastrophic for blobbing, but then they gave you a tool to have really high control. And with the governors especially, like, you're like underutilizing a resource if you don't have enough land for the governor. So now it's like, you can't go infinite on the proximity, and that's good, but this definitely, like, made the game more blobby. And I think they're, in terms of, their design philosophy seems to have shifted, where they wanted to counter blobbing in the time of the Tinto talks, and this is the way that they framed the game and this type of thing. Now that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It seems to be like the EU4 audience wants blobbing. The governors help with blobbing a lot. The governors are interesting. I like deciding where to put stuff and this type of thing, and it's interesting like this, but it's definitely like super rewards having more territory. Right, because if we look at proximity, we would really not benefit from a governor all that much anywhere. So we haven't placed our governor. The maintenance is probably more for us than we would benefit. And so we just have this resource kind of sitting in our back pocket. We just researched tech. What did we research? Universities. Got it. I distracted myself here. And we thought we had a pretty good price collapse. We don't have it on tools. It's really hard to achieve on everything, though. So let's do that. Let's sort by pops. Rouge also has a lot of pops. These won't get auto-constructed. They also increase migration, so we'll also add them in the 3 places. So high pop places, and then the 3 places that are in this province, where we kind of want more pops. Actually, we kind of don't want more pops over here, so let's actually not, because the university gives migration attraction. And then when we finish our university, we will be able to slot in new laws, or a new law. So slave markets as a building are worth it or not really? Well, so slave markets as a building, if you have slave raiding, slave markets are really good because they determine where the slaves go when you raid. But you enslave your pops. If you don't have a reason for wanting to turn pops into slaves, enslaving pops you have in locations is kind of bad because then they can just get imported out of the location. So you have to like have a specific idea in mind. But sending pops to the New Worlds to just sit on top of really, really high pop growth rates is strong, and that's like a thing to do, so. God, I really feel like we're waiting for the next stage hyper hard right here. I really want to roll the thing. Cheaper docks is probably okay, though. I'm not sure we pass this, but it also starts with a lot of support. Meritocracy spreading, we don't need to get it, like, immediately. I think we would rather request additional taxes and do other stuff. I'm not sure we could do one more. We could deck into them. I don't think we have that much antag. We can also deck into Holland, who's their ally. But then we cost us more to take stuff off of them, but I think it's just war score. I don't think it costs us more antagonism. I can't quite remember though. Unfortunately, we don't have access to threaten war because we're not a GP, but... Fuck, I'm stupid. We have good relations with them. That was my bad. Probably a better thing. Alright, but... You just won't stand down these mercs. I think that this is actually enough mercs to deal with stuff. I think we'll go for the research here. This is against levies, so I think we win this pretty handedly. We do. We handle this. We just want these guys to unstack and siege for us. Uh-oh, we see mercs. Mercs coming in. They hired the merc boats. Oh, they're bad. Enjoy your transports, idiot. Enjoy your transports. Where's a good idea to put a governor for England? Dr. Gazooks, thank you for the follow. That's not where to put a governor. So here's the thing. As England, long term you want to move your capital to the continent. But short term, you probably look for where you have good harbor capacity kind of in the north. And it maybe is someplace like Dublin or Stranraer or even like Pembroke. I think there's a decent amount of pops up here. You could even like do York. I think the thing with York is you get an event that gives local proximity. And I think that, and this is a little bit naughty, I think that local proximity stacks with the local governor, so if you put it in York, you'll get a 100% capital, which is probably decent, even though York wouldn't necessarily be your first choice because it doesn't have a tremendous harbor. Just having like a full secondary capital would be nice. Cork also would maybe make sense. It depends on what you've annexed though. If you've not annexed much... Maybe even something over here makes a lot of sense. Putting something like on the sand next to all this iron. Or, I'm not... Bristol's like too close to London, but maybe the fish here, because then you're really close to the silver. Yeah, Pembroke probably. The long term, you move your capital out of England. And then you put a regional capital maybe in Portsmouth or London. Portsmouth is a better natural harbor than London, but I'm not sure what you can get your exit costs to. Being a better natural harbor matters more now. God, I almost clicked that. We need an event for... Oh, I wish we were better looking. God, this game would be so much easier if we were. We need to just roll an event for Plutocracy, just to get that +2 so we can flip Republic. I wish, like, it was, like, harder to push values, but, like, the pushing of values was a little bit more consistent. We're gonna decrease our army maintenance slightly. Actually, we're gonna decrease it all the way. And we're not gonna automate it. What are we doing? This doesn't affect the merc morale, does it? Oh, it does. That's silly. We're not paying maintenance for anything. Alright, well, then we'll do this. We were looking at our values and saw we were backsliding away from naval. So... That helps us out. I think that we will have... Okay, we'll just stay on top of this. So much antagonism, holy. It'd be less if we were in the HRE. So if we do this and take land, that's gonna give us quite a lot with a lot of these cats. We've close to 0 with a lot of them. I think we're leaning towards doing this as the peace deal here. Corbett, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated, my guy. What were you playing? How you doing? Yo, new shirt generalist? Yosh Tarka is coming in from the Corbett stream. Of course, wanted to watch Corbett more than me because Corbett's more handsome. The truth hurts. But I got a new shirt. That's what the new shirt's for. I'm trying to up my game. Do like burgundy shirt. Burgundy shirt generalist at least 10% handsomer. Like at least. If not more. Dare we do this? 300. What would it be? That versus Annex. Same price. We go for the humiliation as well. Welcome, welcome. Low-key hate playing Europe for the antagonism reason. Surely we could figure out a better way for the AI not to take the entire HRE. I mean, just don't meddle with the HRE. It only makes the HRE hate your guts. So if you can follow them or fight them. Ananas, LFNT. Bananas looking for new timepiece. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I put the message in chat ages before Corbett read it. You just forgot how to read. Yeah, but it's fair. Not reading is content, haven't you heard? Gotta raid and run? Yeah, no, I know how it is. You're just like, you gotta take a dump. I appreciate the hustle. Godspeed. Car. It do be loud outside. Welcome to the experience, Corbett, or streamers. Or raiders. Not streamers. Corbett's streamer's out. He's gone to eat. He left you in irresponsible hands. Now you must suffer the consequences of his actions. Alright. So... we stop paying for the mercs. Put these guys on top of iron. I think we can auto-expand the iron too. Yeah, so we will do this. And since it's like the same price to subjugate... Oh, I'm stupid. We should have taken something for getting a claim. It is what it is now. I think we just annex them. Subjugating them actually is kind of okay because we get to get the humiliation too. Yeah, okay. And then our end tag for the HRE will be really, really high, but we'll just kind of chill for a while. Oh, Jesus. That's maybe not. I need an adult. That was a little bit more than we could chew. Let's keep those mercs around a little while longer. Oh, we can't do it in our capital. I was considering just integrating this normally anyways. So instead of the dip rep... Actually, we'll keep the dip rep going. We'll just actually integrate this province. It is our capital province, so these are going to be relatively valuable. We may de-urbanize it. This is one of the very few 8-food RGOs that we have. It is right next to the capital, though, so... Oh shoot, were you actually streaming on YouTube? I'm an idiot. I'm streaming on both. Wait, this guy comes in on Twitch, raids us on Twitch, and he's like, I'm off this platform. And then he drops in on the YouTube. He's like, I want that better viewing experience. Betrayed. Wait, but why are you an idiot if I'm streaming on YouTube? You can't raid on YouTube, right? Can you raid on YouTube? Might even see a spreadsheet. Terrible. A Netherlands game in this economy? Is it survivable? Or you get constantly decked experience? Is it survivable? Well, I mean, if by decked on by France, you mean France likes to donate you free stuff, then yeah. How dare you, says a Twitch chatter. Feeling betrayed. Abandoned. I think we just want literacy for the burghers and peasants, to be honest. I, like, probably should think about this decision a little bit more generally, because I don't think about it that often, but I'm pretty sure, like, when we have thought about it, it's like, oh, well, clearly it's this. But, what's our burger density? It's not high enough to, like, yeah, I think we just want the literacy. Noble and clergy estate satisfaction minus is kind of rough, though. We're not thrilled with it. Have you played around with offering your units as mercenaries? I haven't. It was like super, or I did before release, but it was super buggy on release at that point in time. So I just like haven't tried it since. So, probably a leak. I think we can make this work. Look, we want to have Netherlands territory eventually. We're gonna have to take chunks out of some of these cats. You can raid forward on YouTube, but the person you raid has an ability to set it so nobody bothers. Has to enable setting first so nobody bothers. Really? You redirect on YouTube, but the channel has to allow it to whitelist you ahead of... They have to whitelist you ahead of time? Jeez. I don't understand why, like... That seems... I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't understand the logic there. We're gonna float like 5k gold to deal with this if we have to. Not the Hessians. Maybe we wrap up the stream before we get dunked on. I'm pretty sure we don't lose, but... Woo! Alright. We're looking for level 2 units, or H2 units. Also, we're looking for H2 units that are not, like, on top of territory we want to annex. Is it just faster to look like this? I guess it is faster. I wish there was an ability to sort for this. I would sort for this if we could sort for this. We know some of the parties that do have it, like the Portuguese have the tech. Leons may be likely to? No. Lowlands, but we don't want to hire people from the lowlands. Because that means lowlanders die. Terrible. There's South Portugal. I think the strategy is honestly to hire for like infinite months though, and just like never set them down. I think Isle de France has age. Nope, they don't. Where's South Portugal? Did we lose it? Greater Poland, maybe? I must not have eyes. This must be so frustrating for the chat, being like, look, look, Portugal's right there. But I can't see it. Not like this. Bosnia? Serbia? Does nobody value getting age 2 units in this economy? There we go. Okay. We'll hire them for a decade. Just kidding. We don't want to hire someone who's all the way down there. There's South Portugal. Alright. We'll hire them for like forever. So we don't have to repay the cost. I think we could hire 2 units just to be safe. We'll hire 2 units and not use any conscripts, so we get to conserve our troops. If we can find another unit that uses H2, and we can, we're gonna hire them for a decade. They'll have to walk, but not a whole lot. I think there's a coalition against you? No, couldn't be me. Kind of defeats the point of raiding? Yeah. YouTube rating is consensual. It's consensual on Twitch too. You just give blind consent or you don't. This is maybe a little bit overkill, but I also just think it's like correct to like hold on to like the mercs. Maybe it's correct starting next stage though. I'd be willing to fight on that because we're gonna be paying kind of a lot of mercs in time to come. The annoying thing, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Can't downsize. But we have a 120k stack, so let's consolidate. Or sorry, a 100k stack. Yeah, I think that maybe this was an appropriate amount. They could also merc up too. Let's decrease that antagonism, baby. Oh, they lost all their troops. No, no. Oh, no. This is better, though, than a huge coalition that never declares. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we're... I mean, I think that I think that this merc situation's nonsense. Is kind of what I think. You know, it's like, ooh, girl, you a vibe, you a situation. This merc thing is like that type of situation, you know what I mean? It's just, do you have more money? Yes, no. If yes, you win. Like, market in Bruges gets increased grain demand for 50 years. Wait, the quest for Baltic grain. We have... Wait, what? Okay, whatever. That stimulus is good, so I don't know why we would try and get rid of it. It makes our grain more profitable. This is, I feel like, they thought that demand was a bad thing with some of these events. Like, oh no, you're gonna have a shortage of grain. Oh, darn. That's so terrible. And it's like, oh no, this is actually spectacular. The price isn't going up. Was it a different thing? Different grain? Bueller? Alright. We'll just seize the capital of the person. Yeah, we could white piece these guys already. Bye-bye, coalition. Naval backsliding? Yeah, probably. But not a lot. I have a snack. I won't leave you like Corbett did, except I will. The stream's probably gonna end soon. What I don't like is whether they're you decking the coalition or the coalition decks into you is so polarized in terms of outcomes. Because you deck into them, if they deck into you, you get the coalition CB. And you can't take anything, basically. Right? If you deck into them with the Reconquest CB, you just get to take everything and just full annex the entire shaboodle. And it's really silly. It was very stupid. But I think we go for the disband the coalition, so we keep them off our back for 15 years. Which is enough to, because we have the mercs. Oh, but we can subjugate. Yeah, this is another thing that's weird. You can't do anything other than subjugation, but you can do subjugation. Maybe we're supposed to subjugate a lot of people and then disband the coalition at the same time? It's not exactly what we wanted, but we still might win that up there. We dumpster the 18k stack. There's 18,000 left. Oh no, wait, sorry. There's 9,000 left. We've killed 50,000. So the levy's just like... And we haven't lost a lot of the 30k. A lot of the 30k has not been us. We've lost 400 troops. Merc's punching of roughly 100 to 1. I want to try to annex my vassal instead it could be completed by 1825. Yeah, you want to have a ton of tiny vassals. That makes annexing much easier. I think we're going to split in half and go for Galray. And maybe subjugate them and put the coalition timer off. I don't know. It's gonna be... Well, actually, Galray, let's see. I don't think we have enough war score for that. It's very polarized. How much antagonism is this? A lot. Yeah. I think we just go with the end of the coalition. This. They like don't have any more troops for us to go in on the battles thing. We are ticking though. Just improve relations. I guess maybe we should try and get people out of the coalition, or the future coalition. Clergy equilibrium is not worth as much for us right now as nobles. Alright, well... What a mess the NPCs have gotten themselves into. Yeah. The AI doesn't... The AI doesn't eco very well. They, like, build too many forts and, like, this is an issue, maybe. I mean, in the early game, they're bad because they build too many forts, and, I think it makes it not very tenable for them to, like, be able to, like, merc up in response to your mercs. And, like, the entire metagame revolving around mercs is maybe, like, fine from a simulation perspective. Like, that's actually not unreasonable, but... the AI is not very good at handling this sort of metagame. Whether or not it's, like, a good simulation. But I think that a lot of players want to, like, have something that feels a little less whiplashy, but, you know, war is hell. War is whiplashy, so... maybe those players are just wrong and have poor taste. But... is this our ally that's getting dumpstered? I think it is. Yeah. Fighting these guys and Burgundy. Burgundy is like full release though. France is just super cooked. I won't give it up. The man won't surrender. Doubtful Paradox will ever fix the economy / AI. I think it's tough. I mean, I think you give it like whiplash every time you do a major like overhaul as well. I don't know. I think they keep changing the balance without adding or removing new systems, and I think that like you shouldn't omega change balance if you're not like also doing a systems update. Like this business with the stuff getting calculated differently is like a big deal. Or like the tax base is calculated differently now. We won't go for any money. Alright, no coalitions against us for some time. They swore they wouldn't do it. They promised, pinky promised, they wouldn't punish us for being a bad neighbor. They pinky promised. Fighting against HRE coalition seems like a good way of farming art. True, I didn't feel like farming all the art though. Because it's like useless. I think we don't want the stab hit, and we're relatively small. We can actually just let this institution spread. We have universities and stuff too. We're chilling. We will get the tools cooking here. Put them on auto expand. How much are we paying on maintenance for this 20k mercs? 40 in maintenance? Yeah. God. It's terrible to have, like, only have to spend a third of your budget on, you know, having the greatest fighting force in all of Europe that can stand up to all of Germany combined. What a horrible burden. If you get enough, you'll get tons of prestige for Colombian exchange. This is true. Pinky swear. Pinky swear. The notion of a truce, like, in the coalition, like, I think coalitions should, like, ignore truces, but should maybe be resolved a little bit differently. Or, like, you shouldn't be able to truce juggle coalitions, I think. I don't think we necessarily want our ally getting bigger. So, with us occupying this, they won't get anything. I'm not sure that we don't, though. We could just vassalize this guy and end the war. I think that ends the war. How does that work? I'm kind of curious now. We're gonna see how this works. I don't know how this works. So the issue, or my concern, is that when we vassalize this guy, will our allies still be attacking them? Or will this just brick the war, or how does any of this work? We're super fine not taking... We'd rather have maps than money. Alright, if we do this... They're our vassal, right? Are they still at war? We're not at war. Are they at war? They are still at war. But do they lose that war? I'm not sure they lose that war. Oh, looks like they're winning it to me. Fine with us. Oh no, we got more antagonism, chat. What will we do? These guys actually can't coalition us. We'd kind of rather not fight the second coalition. I mean, actually, maybe we're fine with that. Maybe they'll send us a sternly worded letter. That was not 10 years. What? Oh no, that was a different squad. That was the squad that was on the 2-year tip. Yeah. what do we want to do here? Sand is urbanized. What makes the most profit? Probably spinners guilds. Yeah, not a lot though. Probably this is because this isn't cored yet. I don't think it has that much control yet. I think it's just the lack of control. We'll do this. We'll put both on auto expand. This is if it produces wool. I mean, we really don't have enough wool to like maintain this though, I don't think. Maybe we do. What's our wool look like? Yeah. Unfortunate. This place is fully expanded. Is it on a river? Oh, it's not. Unfortunate. No breadbasket for us. Do you culture convert your vassals? Yes. That's kind of why we're not annexing the Normans up there. Let's improve relations with Holland, though. We are annexing Picardy, though. So our plan is to accept Picard. Looks like they are culture converting over here as well. Or we have already accepted Picard. So this annexation will be fine for us. You lost Diplocaps / rep based on how big a coalition is. That could be something. There's an idea. I think we prefer burger money anyway. How's the patch? I think it's better. I think overall there's like one of the big things that the patch did I thought was unnecessary and maybe bad to do. In terms of prioritization, I think it's probably net good and kinks will get worked out. But in particular, I think the eco rework where two things combined are happening. Estates get the value that is lost to lack of control. I don't think that this was necessary. I think this adds way more money into the economy. And the economy like was completely like not balanced around this. This caused issues during the beta. Some of those issues got resolved, but I think they got resolved with like a lot of band-aidish type of features, like massively increasing the amount of lumber to prevent you from having lumber issues, kind of walking back changes on iron being heavy to import and export, which maybe it should, but that was like leading to this pile up of the features of this type of thing. Also doing this alongside a cost court increase, which I think this is good. This scale's now based on wealth, so this punishes low control more. So low control, the money goes to the estates, that spins up the economy, but you get more punished for low control. That punishes you as a player if you blob out a lot. But then on top of that, they added governors, and so they sped up the amount of control you could get. So there's some aspects of it that like I'm less on board with, but really, really love two changes. Is one, they reworked proximity. They reworked proximity to not to be an efficiency modifier instead of a discount modifier, which is like one of the top things I was requesting. And also, they made plantations work correctly, and slaves have gotten a bit of a facelift, and I like those changes a lot. So kind of mixed. Overall, I think it's net good, but like I think that I also think like some of the changes to values like don't necessarily feel that good, and maybe give players whiplash. Like free subjects and serfdom are completely different. They have this enfranchisement mechanic. I think that this is a really smart mechanic, a really neat mechanic, and I think serfdom and free subjects are pretty close in value. They took the prosperity off of free subjects, so this one I'm like less. They just butchered plutocracy, and they took the potential burgers off of it, which I think is a massive nerf. They nerfed a lot of other sources of potential pops, like Catholicism, or like Protestant was already like not a strong religion, and they nerfed the best aspect. Because it used to give you scaling clerics, and now it doesn't. And so, okay, it seems like they don't want that, mechanically speaking, but we can go rural noble authority. Or curtail the nobles. I don't think we have enough satisfaction to max tax them anyways. Oh no, we do. They also added 5% max tax everywhere, because I think some people are really struggling with the economy at the opener, but that has like a lot to do with the fact, like if you pick a big country and then you have a bunch of buildings that you can't afford the maintenance on, and then forts as well, but like also just 5% max tax across the board, like it's just super sped everything up too. Truce juggling accidentally becomes a gameplay pattern. EU4 accidentally became a gameplay pattern that EU4 players love. Truce breaking via rules leak causes massive issues in multiplayer. I do not see them changing the rules. What are your thoughts on placing the first naval governor? We don't have a place that justifies the upkeep yet, but it might be like Tencarville. Somewhere in here. Eventually. We would have to not annex this guy though. And we're already annexing him. But we still have our first regular governor too. Look at how they massacred my poor boy. Yeah. So I don't know, like I definitely think the patch is better and a step in the right direction, but like some of the changes I'm like less enthusiastic about. I think we're exporting fine cloth, and I think that's kind of where we want to be. Importing a lot of this now. Alright, so in our places that are urban dyes, if those are wetlands, we can, or a place that's urban and a wetland, we can just go ahead and put down the bog iron smelter. Because if you urbanize, you lose max levels of bog iron smelter. Gonna get a road in here for the extra dev. Do they currently have road connect to the capital? They do. Okay, cool. From a macro perspective though, it may be like a more like complete and honest answer is like, from a macro perspective, like professionally, like it matters to me, how well the game is doing, and there's also in the background the fact that the player count didn't bump it up at all yesterday is like something that's like concerning for me, because normally I get a bit of a bump when there's a patch, and when the player count specifically gets higher, and the player count not going higher is like feels bad, man. I think we'll just make these in our subjects too, because this is just increasing dev basically. And I don't think we've done a sweep for market villages. We were thinking that the other building might make more sense than the market village, though. Let's find that. The German building. Not the Fortress Church. Is it under government buildings? No. It's not under infrastructure. Military? No. Where is it? Not sure. Alright, Toll River Council. Okay. We have the other tech, I think. The other Toll Castle. No, we don't. The Toll Mountain Council. I guess this isn't a mountain or a river, so... Yes, Market Village time for you, buddy. Like, my numbers were really good on release, which I was expecting, but they kind of fell back to, like, pre-release numbers in terms of the YouTube stuff. They're still, like, quite a bit higher, so that's good. Tomorrow, well, Weekend Warriors. The videos I've published since the patch dropped have been doing good. Just the player count itself is, like, concerning me. I think we'll just let that full spread. I suspect there's a lot of people waiting for the first DLC. I do too. I just remember Victory 1.5, their open beta, they got so much additional players. And there was like a 5% bump rather than like a 2 to 5x player count, like, which is what you would normally get with the patch. And so I was very surprised. There we go. Let's go, baby. What we've been waiting for. It's time to flip Republic, chat. So, like, in terms of, like, the larger point I'm trying to make is not, like, a complaint as much as, like, I think that my evaluation of this patch is probably colored by that. That there's, like, an aspect of it that's, like, a meta aspect of it that has less to do with the patch itself. It's a little bit disappointing to me. But, like, also playing the beta, like, some of these changes I've, like, been frustrated about a little bit. I think they did a good job of, like, the beta, like, created some problems, and they solved the problems, I think, in a relatively prompt fashion, because there's not, like, this lumber tools apocalypse, which would have been really unfun. Maybe a mistake to promise that at some point there would be an ERE DLC, because for some people they won't compete until the game drops. Maybe, but if you do a season pass, you have to say what everything you're dropping is before you drop it, like it's on. Do you know how auto-convert raided slaves works? Not 100%. In a single location, they all seem to become the same culture. So there's two layers to that question. There's one, there's like a mechanic where they try and there's pops that assimilate not as a result of like a simulation mechanic, but a mechanic to reduce the number of different pop types, and it's particularly active with slaves, and the reason for this is for performance reasons. Wee woo. And then the other is how's the system supposed to work. They just kind of fixed slaves actually promoting, and it seems like they just super uber promote. I don't know exactly how it works, other than like it seems that there's never slaves ever, unless you have a building that specifically uses slaves. And they just all promote up. And I assume they will tend to promote up to your culture. It looks like there's, I guess, some slaves up there, but yeah. I'm not 100, but when you specifically raid, it does, or import, I believe it does try and consolidate. I remember seeing a Reddit post by someone who intentionally gamed the system so that the pops would consolidate and he could import slaves that were Orthodox slaves and then they would just get released or something like this. Vic 3 1.5 is when I started to get back in the game and discover your channel after abandoning it at launch. Yeah. But there was like an open beta for months with like all the features. But there wasn't like... There's like a massive rebalance, but it's not like a new system for like what we've seen in 1.5 here, which is that estates get the money that unused control, and then they rebalance this. And that's like kind of the big change. They also rebalance proximity, which I think is huge and important, but it's subtle, and it's not like what you write home to your mother about type of thing. You don't write, hey ma, they fixed proximity, because she'll be like, what are you talking about? And you'll be like, they fixed it. And then she'll be like, I'm not understanding. And you just like shake your mother like you would your unborn child, or not your unborn, your children, your child, and you just go, they fixed it, mom. But that's not like a sexy change. We could have some of these RGOs auto-expanding. The open beta specifically was when I was interested in the game again. Yeah, for a lot of people, they thought that the military was going to get completely fixed. To be fair, the quality of the military went up a lot during that period, so there was a little bit of fixing. The proximity change is huge. I did write my mom, actually. There we go. Some people get it. You should write your mother. You should give your mom a call. Everyone in chat right now. Be like, Ma, they fixed the proximity. That would actually, like, probably just generally be an amusing phone call to have. We're getting so much from Parliament right now, I don't know why I'm looking at that. Did they fix it, though? It used to give twice as much. It would double count Parliament location. I guess they finally got around to nerfing it. I mean, it's kind of a big deal. Yeah, prosperity, my sweet prince. We're still dabbing up pretty good, though. Right. We're deciding what to do here. The thing is, we barely have enough satisfaction. We have extra taxes right now. I think we actually... I think we wait until we flip... until this parliament finishes. And we flip. But I think also, let's start paying for this. Because guess what we're not going to have to pay for? This. Alright. God damn it. Can't be in a union, and we have a woman in charge, so we can't float her off to sea. I didn't realize that was a requirement. This run gets worse and worse. It's just a marriage union. It should go away. God. How old is she? 55. Blah, blah. Alright, that's big sad. I thought we were making moves, but we're not making any moves. Let's go back to paying for that. It's tragic. The tragedy in like one part. Aww. Republic is considerably stronger, and we don't have to pay for our government power slider. I guess maybe it's okay. We don't have a good way of getting rid of her either. Normally, if you don't want a ruler, you just put them on a boat and you put them in the ocean, and then they die. But she's not allowed to lead boats. We're backsliding. We're probably backsliding because we're paying for maintenance. We could swap this to a crown power guy. Is that our heir, though? It's not. Big cat jam. How the hell are you meant to deal with culture converting in Morocco if you want half the if you carry off half the Iberian population? What's the problem? Are you becoming so... They're becoming like over 50% of the population or something? And your satisfaction's too low? Well, if you're gonna do a bunch of slave raiding, you might want to flip theocracy. Because slave raiding with theocracy is real good. Because you have the law that gives you 50 base instead of 2. Conversion rate, which lets you convert guys almost instantly. And so you raid for the slaves and you instantly convert them, and then you have a ton of tolerance of true faith. And so even though they're not the right culture, they are the right religion, and they get converted almost instantly, and then they get freed almost instantly because slaves that are of your religion get freed. Yeah, win a war, carry out loads of Castilians, now what? I mean, you slowly culture convert them. You carry them to places where you have slave market centers, so building more slave market centers will push them around to more different locations. And also you hope that your expansions of RGOs will also distribute the slaves a little bit more evenly, where you can just culture convert them. You can also, like, accept the culture in the long term. Pretty sure you're supposed to be you're supposed to be forming Spain. This is the way. The best Iberian with which to form Spain now is, in fact, Morocco. And I know what you might be thinking. Morocco's not Iberian. What do you call that? Looks like Iberia to me. Alright, we're gonna embrace this so we can do this. The meritocracy stuff, which is all quite good. Especially the tax efficiency. One of the few tax efficiency modifiers that was not nerfed. So we'll go straight for this. Get a power projection and estate enrichment next. Then we'll get loyalty of subjects. Stab cost is kind of okay. Let's get this. We want to make sure that we do all the age 1 stuff while we're still in age 2. Because you get a discount on the previous age's stuff. But the discount doesn't get bigger as you go to new ages, so... Wave of innovation. Maybe we should have emphasized that a little bit more. That's so nice of them. Sorry. Monthly research progress 10%, institution growth 25%, monthly innovative 20%. Let's see if we can we push innovative here? Yeah, we can. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. That'll be nice for the literacy. So maybe adopting Andalusia and then using their shared heritage to accept everyone cheaper. No, I mean, I would flip, like, Navarran, or... I would go out of your way to flip to... or even Castilian, even. Like, I would form Spain. That's how I would play that. You flip them, you move it to Iberia, you form Spain, you take all of it, and then you accept all the pops anyways. And then you just have to accept Morocco, but what you can do is before you flip to Castilian, you can click these buttons to improve your cultural opinion of Castilian, so that when you flip Castilian or Navarran or whatever, you will have a really good opinion of it, so acceptance is super cheap. Unless you want to stay Moroccan, but like... why would you do that? That wouldn't upset the chat. The, like, #1 metric. I'm not sure how we're supposed to handle this. I'm pretty sure we don't want it. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like we don't want this. Oh, the farmland strikes again. Flatland farmland. So often you don't want to urbanize. You don't want to urbanize good RGOs. And you don't want to urbanize good RGOs because you tend to get less max levels. Flatland farmland is like kind of an exception, where flatland farmland has enough base pop amount that you can actually run up enough pops to be able to have more max levels. But it's like more of a long-term thing. But iron's not that strong right now. But as you see, population and location giving us plus 800. But we're missing out on the plus 100%. that we would otherwise be getting from having it rural. But we have like less population here, for example. But rural settlement plus 100%. Notably, we also the plus X% effectively gets diluted as you get more max level RGO modifiers, because you tend not to proportionally. Here you actually see we get plus 20%. You do not proportionally get more rural modifiers at like double the rate you get city modifiers. So as time goes on, the urbanizing matters less. But farmlands, for example, is one of those modifiers that effectively like is diluting it. So you care less about the percentage rate because you're getting an additional 10% here, and more about the base rate, which is like in the population and the development, which tends to do better if it's urbanized. I think it's also on a river, so Poundlock Canal. Gross. I don't know what's correct here, to be honest. Is minting a little bit to get the inflation the way to go for the parliament thing? Yeah, we did mint a little bit. Trying to hover around a little under 2%. It's kind of where I feel is a good number. People have been suggesting / asking about the strategy of just like uber minting into space, and I haven't done the math on that, but I suspect it's not correct. Or you have to be making just ridiculous margins on the new buildings. I think that this is like a symptom of people not killing sliders properly, which is like the better way to approach the budget. We're gonna leave it urban. So if it's urban, we were gonna want it as a city. How do polar building levels scale? I actually don't know this. Just with dev. I could have sworn I think there's events though that you get. But it does not scale with urbanization at all. Maybe it should. Should maybe have let England and them finish their war, actually. I don't think we want to... Well... We could renew this Merc contracts that we have here. They're not up for quite some time, but... I think just the subjects alone are enough to kind of push this, but we have to make sure that they don't get occupied. Maybe not. this. I think we might win this if this isn't a Merc army that they have, even without the reinforcement, but we'll just bring it in. Looks like they're trading kind of even. I'm gonna retreat onto Paris. Because we saw that we're trading kind of relatively even. And now he's trapped on this location. And I don't think he beats this. And then we'll be able to siege Paris with our smaller stack. Yeah, decidedly disadvantageous for us. Flatland farmland is so good it's hard to pass the urbanization. Now with the food penalty removes it, it's even harder not to urbanize such good locations. Yeah. It's like gold you would not normally approach in this way. What do we have to grab even? Source. Where is this? Alright. We'll take this guy out as well. Just trading up so hard because mercs are just so insane. There's 2 forts here. Oh no, there's not. That forts are subjects. Grab this first though. I think we might go after this guy. So we can, well... Use a culture we can accept, we can just integrate it normally. And one of the concerns was the coalition, but... I think we might just be fighting the coalition every 15 years or something. I just started watching, but I'm the only one who has minus 20 decade income on every country with a patch at game start. I have a video specifically about this on my YouTube that I just published this morning, using Castile as an example, which I think is kind of the best example because they suffer most from the recent changes. So, if you wanted to check that out, not to self-plug, but that's probably faster than me just like trying to directly answer the question. Also, I guess I shouldn't care about avoiding self-plugging because it's my channel. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense to care about that. Or I guess trying to get you to watch just to like get the view is different than trying to get you to watch because it's answering your like exact comment or question, but like I have a 13-minute video of it. Or 14 minutes, I forget exactly how long it is. I don't know how big a satisfaction hit that is. I don't think they tell you. I think we do want to grab forts down here. Or some stuff down here. Just put it set up for being a little bit better about that. Start moving the guys around. A good old shuffle. That's literally what I'm playing right now. Yeah. I think Castile's the most like you drop it and you're like, what the hell? What is this? This is me eating a bag of dicks. So that's probably perfect. Like just a little bit after I'm pausing, it's at the budget is like plus 40, like without waiting for any buildings to complete. To be fair, that's without the paying enough for the legitimacy for the slider to slide up, and if you pay them up like enough, it's like plus 20, but it's still like plus 20. And then eventually you get the legitimacy slider like all the way up, so. Wow. What is this guy? What is this guy? The cavalry's, I guess the regulars are just bopping our, yeah. Yeah, just kidding, that makes total sense actually. The regulars just be bopping our, what is it, levies. Where's the return, the land ones? There we go. Yeah, they care about the being cut off thing, yeah. But and we will take and then do a bunch of these wars where we're returning stuff to guys. Wait, where? No, we don't want to ruin our bucket, which is just super gimping him. Nope, we can't do that either. Alright. Oh, we have to take Albi, return the other one. Because we're going to transfer this all off of Toulouse as well. And make new subjects. We have to keep like a squiggle route through here to his capital, otherwise he'll get mad. That will set him off. Alright, let's do that. The horror continues in the border gore. We also cannot take the entirety of the thing, otherwise he doesn't like it. We will not have to hand off as much stuff. Not returning anything to England. This is also silly though. And then we'll have to grab most of the other stuff the like natural way. Oh no, Brabant's joined the coalition, whatever will we do? The efficiency's gonna be real good. Kinda don't like that England's occupied this right now. We could also just try and get in and out with the war faster. And maybe France has a chance to fight off England. Probably not at this point, though. Probably a weird, strange dream. Is Orleans a subject? Well, this guy is. We kind of like it. Maybe we can snake that off of him. We also like to take chunks of Barroy. Not Ulm, whatever will we do? Yeah, I think we don't want England to grab some of the stuff, so maybe we'll kind of peace out relatively quick and take a bag from them. That way we can kind of get what we want. And we get to save a lot of our guys anyways. What culture is this guy? Picard, so that's perfect for us anyway. Time to create subjects. Let's make a custom one here then. And then... oh, now we can't release them? That sucks. They have this territory. Why does it require both? Oh, it's one big-ass province. Oh, I want to reload over that. 9-1. Is that last year or is that month? We also spent so much clicking and watching. I think we actually have our peace deal if we do that. Alright. I'm gonna save the game just in case. I think we won't... That's silly. That's a huge-ass province. I had no idea. I guess I should have looked with my special eyes. Jesus. Yeah. Your vid helped me a lot. I'm glad it helped. Hey dude, kind of dropped the game when it ruined the economy. How's the game doing now? During the beta? I mean, they fixed the like, lumber, tool, iron apocalypse. Did we just load the... No, we didn't load the right save. We loaded it after we saved, because I'm a silly Billy. We need to load this. You think Vassal Swarm is still too strong? Yeah. It should probably take a cabinet action to integrate. Would be one way of handling it, but also make integration faster. Alright. I think that... Our game crashed, by the way. I think that... it's too efficient at effectively creating free cabinet actions is the main issue. And that I think that cabinet action, the efficacy of your cabinet action should maybe scale with your spending on your cost of court. And if that were the case, then your inky-dinky countries would not earn you a bunch of extra cabinet actions because you having a huge economy and paying for a lot of stuff is what gives you a lot of cabinet actions. That would require a complete overhaul of the cabinet action mechanic. You could make it more expensive to have smaller subjects. I'm not necessarily a fan of that for, like, other reasons, but I guess it would fix the problem, if to the extent that it's viewed as a problem. You could also make direct expansion better. Was this from the previous year? Alright, we'll just lose 5 locations worth of free claims. I just, like, don't feel like clicking and looking through all that stuff again. Any tips on handling multiple markets? I can manage a single market, but whenever I have more than one market, I lose all strategy. I mean, it's just like handling one market, but a lot more of them. There's not, like, a super special adjustment, I don't think. particular to multiples. Alright, well. It's stupid. My bad. Transfer all these locations. Oh, I think I messed this up. I think I had meant to grab that, but it got unsieged or something. Alright, well, Toulouse can hold on to them, I guess. And then we're still going after that. Yeah, so was like enough to push some of these guys over the edge. But we're not afraid of like all the little Germans. Although maybe we should deck on Brabant before they can deck on us. We missed our opportunity to... We should have taken one of these locations. The Brabant had a releasable and get the release so we would get the discount on the antagonism and stuff. What are we doing on... We're also a little bit over dip of cap now. So... Gonna have to start chilling out a little bit. These guys are still converting up. Small pet peeves. I hope they had mega projects soon. Mega projects would be sweet. I think it'd be also good for DLC type content. God, we're swimming in money. It's probably more efficient to get it from a war. I wonder how Castile's doing on the income. Probably not in very good shape. So consistent. Underutilizing their thing. They have a governor, they're just not using it. This is the best Ottomans I think I've ever seen from the AI. Have you seen the rework to Mongolian Maturity in the new update? I haven't taken a look at it. Makes Jurchens way strong. Jurchens were already insane. But the Mongol vassals stay loyal usually and keep Yuan a threat with a bunch of cavalry. Oh, interesting. Why are you still a duchy, Shiny? Because I don't have a million pop. We're making money, but we don't have a million pop, dog. See? We don't have a million population. We cannot upgrade out of being a duchy without more population. So we'll add granaries. I think if you're like average location, like pop is like over 40 or 50k, granaries probably stop being worth it. Probably gonna say thanks for your video on the starting budget economies. I haven't tried Castile yet, but I also haven't played in a month, waiting on Rossback. I quit twice, then I found your video. We'll give it a go again. Godspeed. You can even play Castile. It's really important to like, once you like ramp up a lot of the tax base where you have high control, like the budget it starts feeling a lot better. Our old capital was in Bruges, so it's not anymore, but we do be having the money. But what we don't be having is an end to this union. We leave it. Normally we would just kind of get our ruler killed faster. I think we had this guy on the Diplo endeavors. How many locations is this? 6. This is also 6. We're gonna switch up our dev province to over here, because this is 6 locations, they're all flatland. I think it's 4 farmlands versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 farmlands, but one of these farmlands is a lie, because it's a wetland farmland, so... Also, this will help us to hit the breakpoint faster, and pull more pop here. And we'll also benefit from the proximity impact of the dev a little bit more here. That's kind of marginal, but... Should have embraced slavery. Big true. We have forgotten the face of our father. How long have we been going? Alright, approaching the time. I think we'll auto-expand the lumber mills in the province where it's just lumber and wheat, because we're probably not going to have better things to do. And we're going to need a lot of these as time goes on. Still want to move the market capital to Antwerp. Still want to do something with the Colon market. Probably move it inland. Maybe just delete it, though. Maybe even move it up here. Probably not. Probably deleting. Upkeep might delete the market later. How long on this? 3 years. Oh, Mercs are so strong, man. Probably should have stolen the Paris market or worked a way to steal it. not concerned with any of that. I think if we know we're turning this into a city, we shall. We just finished fighting. Poor France, man. This just overrides the truce. I think we might call it here. Save this war for next time. Like, literally just, like, settling in after piecing out. We called arms. Blood on our blades is not yet dry. We just, literally, our morale from marching back just stopped. And now we just go in on them again. Re-siege everything. I flipped Sunni as Goryeo yesterday. Yeah, what's cooking with friggin' rocket fuel, like? Because I wanted to flood my country with Chinese slaves, but didn't realize slave raiding is Africa. Yeah, it's tied to Africa. You can flip Norse. Norse is a religion that gives slave raiding, but it is tied to being in Africa. There are good numbers of Sunni in East China, so you could do it before the Red Turban Rebellion with an independence war. Oh, very interesting. That's cute. Yeah, I mean, you just get to have all of your guys be dhimmi, which is really, really strong. And then eventually you get to slot in, like, estate privileges that give you, like, minus, like, the Chinese ones that give you, like, minus max tax on, like, the burgers, which you just don't care about because everyone's dhimmi. Turkey is a tag that gets slave raiding? Yes. Does Tengri get slave raid? I think some... I know hordes get it in some way. I don't know what it's on exactly. I don't think it's on their religion, though. No, they just get slaves working with raw materials. I think it might be on the Gov type of, like, horde. It allows you to raid for slaves. But yeah, Turkey gets it as a tag. That's how Turkey has it. Mamluks have it because they're in Africa. But yeah, it's all of Africa gets it. Which is like, well, I was telling the person in chat earlier, Morocco's the best country in Iberia to form Spain with. Because they are in Iberia. Because you get the slave raiding. Also, keeping your capital in North Africa still probably makes sense, because you get the 10% procs through land law. But it's not anywhere near as good as it was before. But we made some progress here. Maybe we should have tried to play tall. I feel like I'm ruining the RP of the run by just decimating France, but they also kept decking on us, so... I don't know what else to do except, like, actually win the war and take stuff. I guess we could just white peace and force, like, normal borders, but... Instead, this is what we have conquered. Kind of obscene. And at this point, most of France... So we are considerably over on this. But I think once we integrate Picardy next time, we'll be in pretty good shape for becoming a kingdom. And then we'll have more capacity. And then we're starting to look at finishing France off, actually, honestly, considering we're about to fight him again. But this bucket might be over soon. We gave them the bucket. You live by the bucket, you die by the bucket. The good old proximity map mode for France here. Yeah. Probably going to be revoked when we get a humanitarian DLC. Capitals in North Africa, you only get one governor in Iberia. No, but you could start here. And then just move. Oh, yeah, but... I think... Well, so first of all, if you conquer all the way to Anatolia and you snake back, you can get more. It just has to be connected by land, but I think you're also, like... You're not like, damn it, I gotta put a capital in Maynooth. God, this sucks. Oh, no. Oh, I gotta put another governor in Tunis. God, this is terrible. You know? I think those are pretty good. And lose road dev, because no straight. That's actually the bigger one. You're right. So true, bestie. I think it might go here, though, in Cadiz, because you really care about the harbor capacity now, which you didn't before. And 55 is like an issue, so... Like, Lisboa might actually be the best capital in Iberia now. I think it's probably Cadiz, but maybe it's Lisboa. Actually, it's probably this. It's, like, its interior push is so weak, though. This is, like, much stronger, but this is, like, geographically much better located. Like, Portugal's facing the empty ocean, right? This is facing the Med. So, it's probably the best capital in Iberia now. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Fibonacci, France. It's art, really. Truly. Alright, we'll see who's playing right now. We'll give people a raid. Shout out to Corbett, who raided us earlier. And is currently eating. Or he raided 2 hours ago, so maybe he's not eating. Depends how fast he eats. Alright. How do people like the beats not being the regular music? I don't know, I've kind of liked it. We're on our way out, but I will check the comments on that if anyone has any. Someone's playing Hungary. We actually thought about playing Hungary.
It might not be like anything.
It might not be anything. We're gonna give them a raid. And then music was nice? Okay. Thank you, Field Medic. See you next. The target channel is disabled raids. Okay. I guess maybe we won't be raiding. You prefer the lo-fi? Okay, maybe we'll stick with it. We'll maybe try and find more soundtrack and stuff. Like, honestly, like, I'm digging it too. Because the in-game, like, I've just heard it for 2,000 hours, man. Or, like, 2,200 now. Anyways, so we'll say goodbye to the YouTubers. Bye-bye, YouTubers. And we'll say goodbye to the Twitchers.